here in Ehlanzeni for the past 3 or so days. We've met all institutions here. We've met Hertz Sibanda Tibet on Monday. We've met Nkangala Tibet College on Tuesday. We've met Ehlanzeni Tibet College on Wednesday. And yesterday we were at the University of Mpumalanga, which is one of 2 democracy babies institutions built by the democratic government. The infrastructure, the regional manager, that government has built for the people of Mpumalanga and South Africa. It looks very beautiful, I must say. It looks, you can see it's well taken care of. It started just over 12 years ago, that institution, with 169 students. And today it boasts over 13,000 students. It's still not yet fully reached its capacity. Oh, okay. When it would have reached its capacity, it will be about 25,000 students. So it's getting there. And then today we're meeting the CET College principal. I always tell people how important CETs are. If you take a look at unemployed statistics in South Africa, you will realize that the biggest problem we have is with people who do not have matric. So those with less than matric qualification, the unemployed numbers of them go to around 80%. So the chances of youth getting employment, it keeps on giving feedback now. If you find people in our townships who are unemployed, chances are 8 out of 10 of them do not have matric. The worrying statistics. What does that mean? It means our CETs, which are centers who must bridge the gap between, for people to at least have NQF level 4, becomes extremely important. Because if you look at the same statistics, they tell us that around 28% of unemployed people in South Africa have some TVET college qualification. So, regional manager, this means if you find the same 10 people in the same township who are unemployed, 3 of them would have some TVET college qualification. These numbers suggest that once you have equipped yourself with education from your TVET colleges, chances of you being employed move from 20% to 70%. So it's extremely important that we must preach this gospel of going to school. It's not a political statement. It's actually supported by factual numbers. The same statistics say if you go to the same township and you find 10 people who are unemployed, chances are about 12% of them it was 9.7% of them have some university qualification. So it means out of 10 people, you'll have one who is unemployed, who may have some university qualification. The trend suggests that if you don't have matric, principal, on QF level 4, chances of you being unemployed are 80%. If you have some TVET qualification, chances of you being unemployed move to around 30%, from 80% to 30%. And if you have a university degree, chances of you being unemployed is around 10%. So CETs become extremely important because we do have young people who do not have matric in our townships. And we must go and find them, bring them to the center. They may not want to do skills programs. They may want to do matric rewrite or NQF level 4 rewrite. We put them into a program, support them so that after they qualify or they pass, they're able to go to either university or TVET college. CETs don't only do that, as we have seen outside Princepan. Also have the skills program that you are doing, which we really appreciate, because at least where I come from, the uniform of the school that I come from is done by an NGO owned by women in the community. They've got a center there, they call it the Batupili Center. And these women would have went through the same skills program to perfect their work. So the uniform that I wore, RM is a very long time ago, were very old. The uniform that I wore when I was in high school was done by people who would have went through the skills program of. So that's why sometimes when I listen to members of parliament, when I listen to people who just make political statements, close CITAS, close NSF, close NSFAS, they don't understand. Some of us have seen the good work that this system is able to produce. And we ought to support you. CET is highly underfunded. That's not something that we should be proud of. We must look at how do we fund the CET better, so that the work that we see outside from exhibitors there, who are your graduate, your alumni, multiplies. Instead of training 10 welders, we train 200 in different, from Bushbuck Ridge to Kanyamazana, Nkomazi, the whole of Mpumalanga, in Gert, Nkangala, and Witbank. So in order for us to reach these young people in our rural provinces, for them to be able to participate economically, we must fund the city better. It's a battle that we will win, DDG. Funding of TVET colleges, in my view, must also improve. The budget of DHET only gives TVETs about 15 billion, which is too little for 50 TVET colleges, for them to make a meaningful impact in what we want to achieve. It funds you guys maybe about 3 billion a city, shame. You know, and then universities takes about 80 billion. It doesn't make sense. And then when I come on a podium, I'll say, you know, TVETs must be the new future. How, when we're not funding it? So the funding of higher education, make sure that it's reviewed properly. So I thought I must just start by those words. We're going to give, there's no council here. We only have the management which will lead us in presentation. But before we do so, DDG, I'm also going to give you, maybe I must give you first, and the RM to represent governance, but I'll start with you, DDG. I'll start with you because I know you are also acting DG, but the CETs are your space. So I'll give you first, and I'll give Dr. Bakrishian. And then Principal, you lead the presentation. And from there we'll go to the SRC. Who else, DDG? I'm not forgetting anyone. Labor. Where is Labor? Labor, oh yes. Ngena ngaphakathi sihlale la. Abana when Labor sits at the back, ingathi bazola. Ngathi abafuna ukuhlala khashana ne management. Yeah, so Labor will then come before SRC, and then we'll close with SRC. DDG, you can come here if you prefer, but even when you are there, because you are in the front seat, you can still present from there if you prefer that. Sure.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure, should I stand or sit? I can sit, okay. Thank you and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and to Parliament, to the colleagues present. Firstly, Honorable Chair, we appreciate the opportunity for CET to present, and greatly appreciate that the Honorable Chair had the opportunity to actually look at the work that is done by the Mpumalanga Community College. It is very much appreciated. I'm not going to be long, Chair, but I just want to also touch on the issue of council, because the college currently doesn't have council. We have finished and finalized on all the processing of council. And it's soon going to be finalized also by the ministry. I will update the Parliament, the Portfolio Committee in particular, when council has been appointed. It is our plan that by the end of this month or latest beginning of September, we would have inducted the initial ministerial appointees that would have been appointed by council. So that is the only and most important thing I wanted to say. And secondly is to indicate that I've noted all the comments made both outside and inside by the Honorable Chairperson. We acknowledge the great potential that the sector has, and certainly funding is one of the key stumbling blocks. Infrastructure is also another key stumbling block. And it is a concern, particularly because we did have funding that was availed for infrastructure. And unfortunately, the methodology that was used to use that funding was not successful. There's still a little bit of funding that is left. And I have made proposals and recommendations to the department of how best we can service the sector. Because we are at a TVET college, Honorable Chair, we should be having this meeting at a city college. And because of the limitations of infrastructure, we are not able to do that. And I'm trusting and hoping that the next time we meet, it would be at a community education and training college. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I'll hand over to the RM.
Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to our acting DG? Wonderful. To the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Tebogo Letsia, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training in absentia, parliamentary support staff, including the TV crew. To the TV crew, you'll make us look very beautiful, I must say, especially when the sound is off for people watching. So they don't hear the comments, they just see the beautiful pictures. Our acting Director General, Ms. Timbisa Fuchane, and the DHET officials that are here with us today, the principal of Mpumalanga CET College, Mr. Kleinboy Mokone and his team, PLO from the Minister's Office, representatives from the DM's Office, representatives of Organized Labor, SRC leadership, NASFAS representatives, NSF officials that are here with us, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sanbonani, good morning. Chairperson, I got a confession. I'm an ardent Kaiser Chiefs supporter. Lifelong. And it will not change. But today I'm dressed in black and white. And that's just to show appreciation to you and the team. But on a more serious note, Chairperson, I've been with you for the whole week. And I've seen the dedication and commitment of the Portfolio Committee. And it sets an exemplary example for us as government. We admire and appreciate the work that's being done by the Portfolio Committee. And Chair, I also want to say, although the engagements during the week were tough, we find them very beneficial, as many of the discussions that we have will result in us strengthening the efficiency of our institutions so that we can better serve our communities, especially the poor and the working class. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Mpumalanga Community Education and Training College for this important oversight visit by the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. Chair, we are hosted by Eshlazeni TVET College, illustrating the close working relationship we have between the CET and the TVET College. In fact, in our province, we have an MOU between the CET College and all the TVET colleges so that the CET College can utilize the premises of our TVET colleges in that partnership. Chair, your presence here demonstrates your commitment to strengthening the CET sector and ensuring that our institutions continue to provide quality education and skills development opportunities to the communities we serve. As the Northwestern Mpumalanga Regional Manager, I am honored to receive you and assure you of our full cooperation throughout today. We value this opportunity to showcase our achievements, our experiences, reflect on our challenges, and engage constructively on the ways to improve service delivery for the benefits of our students and our communities. We trust that today's discussions and engagements will be insightful, productive, and will further strengthen the partnership between Parliament, the Department, and our college in advancing the vision of an inclusive, accessible, and responsive post-school education and training sector. Once again, welcome to Mpumalanga CET College. We wish you a fruitful and successful oversight visit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, RM. Principal, if you can just do the presentation of the college.
Thank you, Chairperson, the Honorable Chairperson, all portfolio committee members, the acting DG, RM, all protocol observed. This is the presentation from Mpumalanga Community Education and Training College. The outline of my presentation will be to look at the overview of the college and its centers, the registration and enrollment for the 2026 academic year, governance, administration, teaching and learning, student academic performance from 2022 to date, student dropout and dropout rates, causes and measures to address the dropout rates, the overview of the college financial records, the update on the certification backlog, partnerships and industry and sitters, with industry and sitters, the college challenges as well as conclusions, or the college successes and the challenges in that one. So that will be the end of my presentation. Now, in terms of the overview of the college and centers, what we are indicating that we felt that we should just give a background of the college to say it was established by the Minister of Higher Education and Training in 2015 under the Continuing Education and Training Act number 16 of 2006. Like all the other colleges that we have, our central office is in Siabuswa. We are renting at a building known as a building 11/1, Groen Street Industrial Sites. And that building belongs to MEGA, which is Mpumalanga Economic Growth Agency, within Dr. J.S. Muroka Local Municipality in Ngangala District Municipality. At the time, at the 2015 function shift, the college had 251 that were migrated to DHED by the time of function shift. But now the centers are rationalized into 15 main centers and 159 satellites, which makes a total of 174 learning sites in total. That is what we have in Mpumalanga, but all of them are managed at Siabuswa. Out of all these centers, 174, only one learning center has its own buildings. Two are hosted at the Department of Public Works schools. One is located at the mine premises. and 3 are at the rented premises. And the rest of all our centers are hosted by the Department of Basic Education and Training. So there is a process currently that is in place for us to secure the use of unused school facilities through DBE. I believe the branch gave us a list of the schools that are being provided for by Public Works for us to select those schools that we can utilize, those that are next to our centers. Of these 174 learning sites, 1 operates full-time, that is 8 hours. Only 1 center operates full-time, which is 8 hours. 30 of them are operating for 5 hours per day, and 143 are operating only 3 hours per day. So this is the case that we have in terms of our centers. Not all of them are full-time. Now, the distribution of our centers, we have just given this map so that we can see. At Ehlanzeni District Municipality, we have 8 CLCs. Ehlanzeni is a combination of both Butlabela and Bombela. So, because we are dealing with the district municipality, those centers are 8 learning centers, the community learning centers, and there are also 96 satellites, which makes a total of 104 learning sites that we are managing in that district. At Herziban, the district municipality, we have 3 community learning centers with 37 satellites, and it makes a total of 40 learning sites. Nkangala District Municipality, we have 4 community learning centers, which are the main centers. By the community learning centers, I mean the main centers that I said, there are only 15. So we have 26 satellites, and that makes a total of 30 learning sites under Nkangala District Municipality. All these centers and satellites, as indicated in the map, are distributed in all the 3 district municipalities of the province as the delivery point. Remember, there are local municipalities. All of these centers are housed at those municipalities. In terms of the registration and enrollment for 2026 academic year, what we have here, we felt that we must start with the advocacy to indicate how do we recruit our students. We have got a marketing that is being coordinated by the Deputy Principal Corporate. He is assisted by the interns and also the other college management. This is due to lack of a dedicated marketing unit. So in this sector, we don't have a dedicated appointed people for for a marketing unit. So hence, our DP Corp together with all the college management and the interns are assisting. Advocacy for this year, for the students that are attending this year, was started in September 2025. Every year we start around that time when we go through the community exhibitions, and we continue also via the radio advertisements and interviews, the slots that we are requesting at the local radio stations as well as the national radio stations. The college official website is also being utilized as well as the social media platforms. We also conduct door-to-door recruitment. This is conducted by the lecturers. We move door to door as if we are campaigning for the elections, but this is for recruitment of the students to come and learn. We also do exhibitions and awareness campaigns at shopping malls, the taxi ranks, and community gatherings. As long as there is a gathering that we know about, even if we are not invited, we request to be invited so that we can go and advocate our programs there. The distribution of promotional pamphlets and other marketing materials is also being done. And then we also conduct the word of mouth through the referrals of the learners or the staff members who have benefited from this. That is what we are doing. Now, this is the evidence of what I'm talking about in terms of the advocacy. You can see the tent there, all those gazebos. We are just at any place where we can find people gathering, then we tell them about the existence of our CET college. If you look at the gentleman with that person, is a presenter, there is a local radio station wherein the principal himself also took part in talking about the CET programs. So this is just the evidence of what I was talking about. Enrollment for 2026 academic year, after the campaign or after all the exhibitions that we did, the marketing programs that we conducted, this is the results that we have. For IED level 1, IED is Adult Education and Training, which is a sub-level from 1 up to 3. The target in terms of the APP is 1,850 students, but currently we have surpassed that because our students that have registered this year is 2,012. For GETC, which is ABET level 4, we have targeted 6,508 students. Currently, we are at 5,483 students. Then we also conduct amended senior certificate. That is the matric students that we have here, but they are only writing in June. We are targeting 420, but we have surpassed that because currently the students that have registered are 588. We also have occupational as well as entrepreneurship and non-formal programs combined. We targeted 780 this year. We are already at 663. The total target of our students this year is 9,558. But I must indicate, Chairperson, to say this target is the target as per the approved APP when we entered this year in 2026. But recently we have revised our targets to another target, to the as per the directive that we got. But this is what we have. And the other thing that we need to indicate is that by the time we submitted the presentation, some of the students had not yet started, especially those that are doing the skills programs. So they are going to add in these numbers, which means currently we can register to say our number is not 8,746, it's more than this. But as we submitted the reports, this will be evidence. But for the presentation, because we submitted the presentation prior, then that is the number that we can submit for now. The enrollment as the additional context, the registration of these levels, the IED level 1 up to 3, and GET ABET level 4, ran from the 12th of January, when the centers reopened. And it went up to the 31st of March. That is March, is not Mar, in 2026. The reason is that all these programs, the first line there, they are all going to write this year, at the end of the year. Their assessment is done this year. That is why that program had to end somewhere in March. For the recruitment and registration for the amended senior certificate, as well as GET ABET level 4, continued after June examinations, because there are students who are writing in June. Those that are doing amended senior certificate, all of them are writing in June. And there are those that are doing this ABET level 4, they are also writing in June. So which means we have a June examination for IED level 4, and we also have a November examination for IED level 4. But recruitment will continue as long as that assessment is still coming. An interim college student and community support services is being established. That is at the college, but this is constituted by the lecturing staff. This is purely because we don't have also a dedicated student support unit for this function like in the TVET space. But we are utilizing our lecturers so that at least something can be done for our students, because they need to be accommodated, they need to be on course, and when they are training, they need to be assisted. So we are utilizing our lecturers to do that. So we have already indicated that the recruitment continues also in the skills and entrepreneurship programs, depending on the availability of funding. Here we are not closing. As long as we get funding, we continue with our skills programs, because their assessment will depend on the time they shall have completed the training that they have there. In terms of the governance, administration, teaching and learning, this slide I will skip because the DDG has already talked about it, that currently we don't have the college council, and then there was an interim one, so I'll speak this one because the DDG will also brief, will brief the portfolio committee as time goes on. Now, in terms of the administration, at the college, as I said, we are managing 174 learning sites. We only have the principal, who is the person who is talking here. Number 2 is that the deputy principals, we have 3 of them, they are seated right in front here. We have 1 assistant director and 1 senior admin officer at the college, and only one PA to the principal, which means the college is run by 7 people that are managing all the 174 learning sites, and we are assisted by number 6, which is 37 interns. So we are indicating that there is no approved organizational structure for CET colleges since 2015. This 7 central office staff manages these 174 learning sites, and then they have about 1,030 academic staff. That is the province-wide. So you can imagine if one of us go on leave, what is happening? You are just carrying the work along with you when you go on leave. But we are managing, as you could see, some of the products outside that we have already produced. In terms of the academic staff, as I said, there are 1,030. We have got Ekanzeni District Municipality. All the centers that we have there, 104 of them, we have got 544 lecturers, including the supervisors and center managers. Hertsibande, we have 300. Nkangala District, we have 186, and the total makes 1,030 of the academic staff that we have at the centers here. So we are also registering to say 152 lecturers from all these 1,030. 152 are below REQV 13, which means they are underqualified. And we also have 448 who are having the REQV 13. And the rest, which is 430, are above the REQV 13. But what we are indicating is that the majority of our lecturers possess or they hold this ABET diploma, which is without a subject specialization, which gives a challenge when it comes to specialization, because some of them might still teach some of the learning areas that they do not necessarily have the qualification specifically for that. The qualifications that they have are the ones at matric. But we are managing because we are constantly workshopping on training these lecturers in terms of what needs to be done. The college, through the assistance of the CETAS and the Skills Levy Fund, we try to improve the qualifications of the lecturers through bursaries. So you'll see as we go on with the presentation that there are bursaries that we are giving to these 152 lecturers so that they can come on par as well. The student academic performance from 2022 to date, we want to start with the program qualification mix so that the entire committee can understand what are the programs that we are offering before we go to the performance. We have got 3 categories of programs. These are academic programs and occupational programs, as well as entrepreneurship or non-formal programs. Under academic programs, we have got IED level 1 to 3, we have GETC, which is ABET level 4, and we also have amended senior certificate. But this amended senior certificate is only in 4 centers as per the inheritance that we got from that. But it is our wish that we must increase this number of students because there is a dire need for this amended senior certificate. But because of the challenge of lack of resources, that is why currently we only have this. But there are some of the centers this year through the funding. We have digital literacy program, the one that we have we had students, 2 students that were outside there with the computers. These are the computers. These are the ones that were doing the digital literacy program. Under entrepreneurship, we have got detergent making, which is pine gel, as well as candle making. We have driver's license, the learner's license, the K53 that we have there. We have gardening, and we have basic upholstery. We have also dressmaking, and we also have Muslim making, and the manicure, the one that we have just seen outside there, because some of them just develop as and when we have got an assistance from somebody. So we are also registering that there has been a significant growth in the implementation of our occupational programs over the years. When we started in 2015, we did not have this number of occupational programs. We only had mainly the academic programs. But there is an improvement in the CET space because you can see the number of programs that we have there. Occupational and entrepreneurship programs or the non-formal programs are funded through partnerships, not necessarily from the department's direct funding allocation. It's us who must go all out and get funding through the assistance of the branch as well, because at some times the branch do have funding from the SETAs, and then they join us with those SETAs so that the funding can be available at these centers. So we are getting that from that, but not from direct funding as we are getting it every year. The student academic performance for 2022, after all those programs that we have just indicated, this is how we have performed over 4 years. For IELTS level 1, we started with 95% in 2022, but currently we are at 97%, which makes an average over 4 years of 92% that we have. You can see how are we performing. For IELTS level 2, we have got an average of 83%. You can see those percentages, sometimes we are good, sometimes we are not that good, but the nice part of it is that we are never below 50 for all these other levels except in amended senior certificate. For IELTS level 3, we have an average of 87% for over these 4 years that we have. GETC level 4, which is the exit level, other than the amended senior certificate. For our programs there, we have this average of 68% over the 4 years that we have. And lastly, the amended senior certificate, this is the one that is below. We have got 51% as an average. But we are proud to say the average, remember this amended senior certificate, as I've indicated there, down there to say, is 100% examination. There is no CAS mark here. There is no SBAs that are being given here. But for IELTS level 1 up to 2 is 100% site-based assessment. They don't sit down and write examination. So the continuous assessment that they are doing over the years is the one that is going to determine whether they are competent or not competent. And for IELTS level 3 and GETC, we are combining the SBAs as well as examinations. So these are the only 2 levels that are sitting for examinations at the end of the year. But that examination results are going to be added to the CAS mark for them to generate an assessment mark that is given at the end. So the college continues to operate, to capacitate lecturers in underperforming learning areas to improve performance. We are indicating here that after the analysis of each set of results, we analyze them and we identify where did we go wrong. Then we go back and capacitate those lecturers in those learning areas with the understanding that some of them do not necessarily possess the qualifications that are specifically those that are specializing in those learning areas. For student dropouts and throughput rates, the causes and measures to address them, we are indicating that as the students dropouts, you can look at from 2022, for IELTS level 1, we were dropping just like all those percentages, 6.7%. Over 4 years, our dropout rate is 14%, which is a concern. We are not proud of that. We need to have a 0 dropout if things can go our way. For IELTS level 2, over 4 years, we have 10.9 dropout rate. For level 3 is 10.6. And for GETC EBIT level 4, our dropout rate is 27.7%, which is a concern. Together with the amended senior certificate there, you can see those dropout rates are high. Even those ones that are 10%, they are still high. We are not happy about all these things. So, Chairperson, we are registering that we anticipate a slightly high dropouts in male students this year due to the cultural activities such as an initiation school. We all know, we are Africans, those that know, that this year it goes to be Tabil. Then we have got a number of students who went for these cultural activities. Then we are therefore indicating that we are anticipating that. Even if you can check the other years wherein the Kosi was happy, then we have all these challenges of the high dropout. But we will see how to manage all this as time goes on. The throughput rate. In 2022, our throughput rate was 59.7, wherein we are generating certificates for our students. 57.8 in 2023 and 69.5 in 2024. And last year, we are at 66.1. But the certification rate is affected by the type of students since some are not doing all the learning areas in one examination session. Hence, the combination of statements is applied for by the students. What we are indicating here is that not all students in class, even those that are in class this year, are not doing a full component of the learning areas, 5 or 6. Some of them are doing 2, some are doing 1, some are doing 3, just because they are adding on the learning areas that they have already passed in the previous years. Hence, the certificate cannot just come out automatically. So we have to combine. We have to let those students, initially they were applying for such a combination, but there is a way that we have just clapped together with our National Examination and Assessment. There is a way wherein we are combining ourselves, because we were initially being assisted by DBE and the students were paying, but this time our students are not going to pay for the combination. We are doing it ourselves in conjunction with head office. The causes of dropouts. Number 1 is the financial pressures. Some students leave to support their families once a job opportunity arises. We are dealing with the adults who have responsibility back home. Once there is a job opportunity, they go out. Some enrolled students drop out due to work commitments that clash with examinations. Sometimes their employers do not allow them to go and write examinations. That is the challenge. Family responsibilities and commitments also contribute to the dropout. The curriculum relevancy. Most students need skills programs rather than academic programs to sustain their households. So when we say academic relevancy here, we understand that we have got, once we can advertise and recruit students for a particular skills program, we always cut numbers because they come in numbers. So you can see that they need a program that will put food on the table. The long working distances of some students also contribute to the dropouts. And especially when we are clustering or when we are measuring the center, we are rationalizing our centers, then this becomes a challenge for those that we are telling them to go and attend next door. So you find that that center is a bit far from where they are used to attend. High psychological and personal stress levels is also contributing to the dropouts as well. These are the measures that we are putting in place for these dropouts. We are saying funding must be available to implement programs that are in line with the community needs to sustain their households. If we can get funding, I'm happy because some of the sitters are present, and also since Kaugele with NSF, they are here to assist us in getting funds that can make sure that we implement the programs. As you can see from our targets, that we have programs that we want to implement. We also have to align our program choice to the integrated development plan and the district development plan of the municipalities that we have, rather than funder-driven selections. By this, we refer to the fact that you find that we get a funder who says, I have a funding here for these programs, because those programs are in line with their APP. So for them to fulfill the mandate of their APP, they have to do those programs. But those programs are now done through us. So hence, they are not necessarily in our APPs. But as long as it's for a community development, because we are a community college, then we are taking them through. The scholar transport and nutrition programs, similar to those of the mainstream schools, also needs to be explored. So you find that when we are rationalizing the centers, the 5 students that we are saying, because the center is not viable because it has less students, so we must give them a chance for them to be transported to the nearby center. So they are dropping out because they cannot go there. But if we can have the scholar transport like that one in the mainstream, it will assist us a great deal, including the nutrition program as well. Because these are adults, when their children go to school, they find food at the school because there is nutrition. But their parents do not have food when they come to us. Then the only option is for them to leave, go and look for work somewhere so that they can be assisted. The building of the capacity of student leadership as ambassadors, we are also working on this one. Last time, our SRCs, all the SRCs nationally, they conversed in Bloemfontein. The branch capacitated them because we want these people to be ambassadors so that they can also assist in the recruitment also and encourage the students not to drop out. The skills programs that include stipend will also come handy. It will assist because most of the programs that you have seen outside there, they had funding and the students were given a stipend, a monthly stipend for them to be able to be transported as well as for them to get food. Most of these students were using the money that they get as a stipend to assist, to put food on the table at their houses. Management, we are receiving the weekly stats from the centers so as to determine the areas of improvement. Every week, our lecturers, our centers must submit the weekly statistics so that we can see whether it is going up or down. Once it is dropping at a particular center, then we want the reasons. How did you lose the 2 students or the 3 students because your stats is no longer the same as the one that you gave us last week? The overview of the college financial records. This one I will pause a bit so that you can look at the slides. Because if I pass rushing, you won't understand what is happening here. We began managing our own funds in 2019. Remember, the college established in 2015. 2015, 16, 17, 18, we were not managing. They were managed by the TVET because we did not have our own capacity. In 2019, when we started, Sisuke Pandin, we got a clean audit. In 2020, this was unqualified audit opinion with HR matters. And remember, HR matters are not at the college. HR matters are somewhere. Were it not because of the HR matters, we were going to have this clean audit. 2021 clean, 2022 clean, 2023 clean, 2024 clean, 2025 you can continue. We are hoping, though it is still under progress, we are hoping that next year when we present, if you can come back next year, we will be saying we continue with a clean audit. So this is the little that we have in terms of our financial resources. That is why I'm saying the 7 people that we have highlighted initially are the ones who are doing this job. Update on the certification backlog. Progress has been registered to address the certification backlog for the previous years. We are working hand in hand with our Chief Directorate NIA, the National Examination and Assessment for our branch. So currently, there is only a backlog for 424 certificates for those who do not need subject combination, the statement combination. So it's 424, but we are confident that our NIA is working on this. We are also assisting them. Then we received a spreadsheet of 6,729 students that was received in July from the Chief Directorate NIA as part of our assistance. The reason why we got the spreadsheet is that initially the combination was done by DBE, the provincial examinations, but now this time it is no longer being done by them. Hence, that is why we received this from NIA to say, we have trained, if you look at the last bullet there, the college has trained officials in processing subject combination for Umalusi to issue those certificates. We are no longer relying on the DBE for subject combination. We are working hand in hand with our Chief Directorate NIA and the branch so that our own officials can do that. And our students are not paying for this combination like they used to do when they were still operated under DBE. So this is something that we have started this year, and we are confident that we'll try to assist in drawing back this backlog of 6,000, which is too high, but we are working on it. Partnerships with industries and SETAs. I'm not sure if all these partners that are here are present here today because we'll need to go more. We want to register that some of these partners, as you can see, the due dates have already lapsed this year. We only included those that were lapsing this year. But when we started this year, because some started last year and some before last year, we have INSETA, which is giving us the internship programs. We have Services SETA with the internship programs as well. We have SASETA, it gave us bursaries for 10 lecturers to improve their qualifications, and also capacity building for 50 lecturers in sewing Because at the end of the day, we need to be accredited. So we are building capacity to our lecturers, not only to focus on academic programs, but to venture into the skills programs as well, so that we can do it ourselves and no longer appoint service providers. We also have capacity building for 10 lecturers for end user computing. MQA is giving us interns, 3 of them. We have got the ETDP SETA that is giving the graduates internship also, and also new venture creation capacity building that we have conducted through this TVET college as a partner, because they were training for our students. Then we also have the bursaries for 10 lecturers from ETDP SETA. NSF is here. With NSF, these are not the only the programs that NSF has done with us. Some of the programs lapsed last year because it depends on what is still outstanding in terms of the MOU or the contract. For now, we still have this with NSF, the skills programs, the lecturer development, and the accreditation and infrastructure. Basically, we are left with us being assisted by NSF in terms of being accredited. The starting point is for us to have the lecturers. They are training those lecturers for us. And we to have the infrastructure, and also to have the resources or the equipment in those infrastructure. That is what is left with the NSF now. But we are hoping that before the end of this year, everything shall have been concluded, even if the due date there is next year. Then we have Nzunzamabogo Traditional Council that has donated 3 hectares of land for us to move out of the rented space where we are renting as the central office. They said, no, get out of this. Here is the land, occupy it. If you have funding, then you can be able to build your own offices there. We are also calling upon, because it is my opportunity to say, we are calling upon all the sitters and the funders that are here. Here is the land, 3 hectares, please come and assist us so that we can stop renting. We have Ngangala TVET College, which is, we also have a partnership with them for the delivery point for examinations. Our examinations are run through the TVET College, Ethanzeni as well, Hertzibande as well, all our 3 TVET colleges in Mpumalanga. We are left with the one for Mpumalanga University. We are gradually going there so that we can also partner with them. But for now, at least we won with these 3 TVET colleges. It goes on again. We have Chiata that is giving us first aid training for 20 students. We've done this already. Then also the IED level 1 and 2 funding for 40 students. Then we have got a mine, which gave us the stationery for 6 centers that are in their area of operation. We have sewing machines. Those students that we have seen outside there, some of them were trained by this mine that we are talking about. Then we also have another mine, which is Boezendal Platinum Mine, which is giving us the stationary and teaching resources for our 2 centers that are operating in their area of operation. We have EWCETA, which is giving bursaries for 20 lecturers, then also funding for GET students. We have CATCETA, the internship programs. Then we have Public Works as well as Mamehlake Traditional Council, which is allocation of the school buildings. So they have given us a school so that we can operate out of that and get out of the hosting schools. Because this school was left out by DBE, they moved their students to another school. Hence, this one was empty. Then the Royal Crawl said, no, come and occupy this. And then we talked to Public Works. We have both the permission to occupy from both the Public Works and the Traditional Council. Then we have got another mine, which is a Kangra mine, which has allocated buildings for us to operate. We are the only ones that are operating there. And they are managing, they are maintaining this, they have security. We are not doing anything on that building. We are only occupying it and working from there. The last as part of this, we have got this company, which is the Premier Recruitment and Training, is a service provider who got funding from some of the sitters for us to be training the our lecturers in facilitator and these programs that we have there is the facilitation that we have as well as the moderator program. Then we have bank SETA, the career development, we have maths and science, and remember in this one of the career development, we are saying for lecturers and teachers. Because when we got funding, initially we thought it was only for our lecturers for the college. But they said, no, the teachers from the mainstream. So we clubbed with the mainstream schools. When this training was done, it was done for both the teachers as well as the lecturers that we have. But it was spearheaded by us. Then we have got maths and science, and as well as accounting subject or support programs for 35 students. This one is also at a DBE school, where we are partnering with them. We got funding, then the bank sitter said, no, this funding needs to be done like this, as per the prescripts from their APP. Then we are assisting them in this one. Then we have facet, as well as the food bev sitter, which is giving us those internship programs that are there. Then the college successes are like this. As you have seen from the previous slides, clean audit over the years. The skills programs are delivered through partnerships despite limited human and financial resources. And these people, after being trained, they are supporting their families through the stipends and new businesses that they have established. You have heard some of the alumni outside there saying Senzimali. So this is what we have done. We have got a number of GET ABET level 4 graduates, those that have completed the GETC certificates, who are now employed as general workers, including at Kruger National Park. Most of our students are appointed at Kruger National Park as general workers. Remember, when the government is advertising for the work for the general worker, the initial or the minimum requirement, they say at least ABET level 4. So we are happy to say some of those students who don't want to go further with their education, they go and occupy these jobs that are there. Then the college can now process the subject combination application, as I have indicated already. Then we have the strong academic success rate over the years. You have seen the averages when we were presenting that we are never below 50%. Then we have the institutional stability. There are no strikes previously, and even now we don't have strikes at our centers. So the institutional stability is there. So you will see the pictures, some of the pictures at the end, towards the end of this, those that are backing up the successes that we are talking about. Now we are coming to this one as I move towards the conclusion. The main challenges that we have as the college, we have got challenges, but these ones that we are flagging here are the main one. Number one is the insufficient funding for programs, unfunded skills programs or offerings, infrastructure, and security. The DDG has already indicated that we have a challenge of the infrastructure because we are renting. We are, at any time the lecturers have been told that no, this year the classes are no longer available for you because the enrollment has gone up at the DBE school. Then we are saying, let there be a reviewal of the funding allocations and let there be funds set aside for the skills program and for the security. And for infrastructure, we are saying, the TVET colleges have the infrastructure grant. Can't we also be allocated this college infrastructure grant so that we can be able to do whatever that we need to do in terms of the infrastructure? Number two is the understaffing of the central office. I already indicated that we are 7, assisted by the interns. So we are saying, let there be an approved and implementation of the college organogram so that the relevant personnel can be appointed to occupy all those spaces. Then lack of infrastructure for centers to operate on their own time. So this is also part of the infrastructure we are saying. We'll be happy if the infrastructure thing can be looked into. Lastly on this one, the vastness of the college. The college is too big. 174 sites managed from one central office. Unlike in the TVET colleges, here we have got 3 TVET colleges, and I don't think there is any TVET college in Mpumalanga that has more than 10 campuses. If it is more than 10, it can be 11. But us, 7 of us, we are managing this. Then we are saying, can't we consider subdividing the college into at least 2 or establish the district-based colleges as per the CET Act? Because the CET Act is calling for each and every district municipality to have its own community college. But the challenge that we have here, we understand that this is in line with the funding. The last one, the backlog in lecturer REQVs, the payment and salary alignment. here is very, very painful because some qualified lecturers, including those that are already on pension, are still paid as underqualified. These people were paid as underqualified. Their qualifications were not recognized. There is still a backlog. We don't know what is the bottleneck there. Sometimes there was the so-called, the opinion, the legal opinion, but I believe maybe the unions and other things, because we were told that there is a talk somewhere wherein these people will be assisted. So we are calling for the finalization of all the requirement processes, including the RQV policies for the lecturers, so that they can be able to be assisted. Lastly, these are the pictures that I said you'll see them at the end. This is the school that has been donated, or the school that has been given to us by both the traditional council and the public works. Imagine, we don't have funds to run this school, to maintain the school, but the school is there. As we said, there is a process for us to occupy all the unused schools in all the schools that are being given by the public works. The main challenge is funding, as we have already indicated, to say, where are we going to get the funding for us to maintain them? Public works can wake up tomorrow and say, these are the schools that we are giving you, but the problem is we can grab them, but after a month, they will be dilapidated because we don't have funding for us to run them. We have got this building as well, which is allocated by the Kangra mine. The mine is maintaining this building. The mine is also securing this building. Everything is done by the mine. You can see the grass there is nicely cut. We are not paying anything here. We were in the process of the mine giving us this building completely to belong to us. But the stumbling block that we are still negotiating, and the one that after talking to the mine is then that we can approach the branch, is the one that says, the mine asked us to say, do you have funding for you to maintain it as we are maintaining it now? That is the main challenge that is going to cover us in all the other buildings that we are looking for. Here, the cross is the land that was given by the Royal Crawl. If you look at that green building there that you see, just that I don't have a pointer with me here. The green building that you see there, it's where we are. That is a metro cash and carry. We are just behind that. That small building that is behind the metro cash and carry is our offices. Now the mine wants us to move, not the mine, the Royal Crawl, the traditional council say, get out of all this and come to this. This is the land. You can see that land is the 3 hectares that we have. This is the computer lab that we have. We have got 4 mobile computer labs, and these labs are being given through the assistance of WNR-CETA. This mobile one here, you can see on the right-hand side, that big picture is inside the mobile unit. Those are the computers that you see. So we can say from this CETA we have got 5. But we have got another partner who also gave us others. All in Mpumalanga we have got 8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 8 computer labs. And we are making full use of them because we have introduced this new learning area, which is INCT, that we did not introduce in the other centers as well. So this other one that you see below here on the left is the one that is a built-in. It is already been built in. It's not a mobile because one of the centers has this, what you call the building, which is a plowback of the mine. That is the one that we said is a full-time center. These are some of the pictures as part of our successes. You can see the principal there with a machine that was donated by the mine, Nukem Flospar mine. The gentleman in the middle is the one who's, the 2 gentlemen there are representing the Royal Crawl. What the Royal Crawl did, you can see that picture up there on the right-hand side at the corner. Those are the 12 students who were training at this center for
learnership in sewing. The premises here is at the Royal Crawl. They are not training at our center because we don't own the building. We have entered into the partnership with this. Even now as we speak, these machines are housed at the Royal Crawl because there are cameras, there is enough security there, and for now, when we continue with the program, they are done at this Royal Crawl. So this is the partnership that we have with the Traditional Council. Below here on the left is the graduation for the same students. The service provider, the mine organized graduation for these students so that at least they can have these belts, they can wear a gown for the first time in their life. Now, the one below on the right-hand side is also a graduation for the end user computing. This is NSF. This was NSF. After being trained, then they also had this graduation. Towards conclusion, this one is also when NSF was training our students in seamstress. This one on the left-hand side is when they were doing all this, and then these are the cushions and the sofas that were done by this. And then I think this is for the welding that we have seen some of the ladies there, and this is pine gel making. And these are the starter pack that they have. For the sewing, these are the yellow ones, and then for welding, those are the ones that we have. And these are the 4 people who have also established their own businesses after this entrepreneurship that we have. And then in conclusion, we are saying Mpumalanga City College is on course to achieve its mission, which is to educate and skill the communities of Mpumalanga. Then, despite the limited human and physical resources, the college continues to be a sterling light. Then the college ensures that all resources are properly managed. Then we thank you, Portfolio Committee, for the opportunity to present this overview. We are respectively appealing for you to consider all the challenges so that we can now be able to implement everything that we do. And in conclusion, this one, a great man once said, after climbing a great hill, one finds that there are many more hills to climb. And that is our Nelson Mandela, Dr. Nelson Mandela. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Principal. I really appreciate the enthusiasm. Labour? Yeah. If Labour can come and do the presentation.
Yeah, good morning. Greeting all from the labor, organized labor. We greet you, the chairperson of Portfolio Committee, with your committee. CET Principal, Mr. Mgoni, organized labor, PSA, Satu, Naptosa, and Nehau, and protocol observed. Our presentation as organized labor is as follows. Before I can even start with it, I want to just say something about the issue of PCAM document, which is long overdue on the implementation of it, which causes some of the problems which we are having as CET colleges, more especially when it comes to salary adjustment for lecturers of TVET together with lecturers of CET, because it's supposed to be of the same balance, but because of the delay of PCAM document through the DPSA and also the DDG, it causes some frustration to our members. The purpose of our introduction is that as Labour, we do have concerns, and also we do have recommendations. The issue of lack of infrastructure is a call for concern, more especially when it comes to the new system of occupational programs where we cannot meet the QCTO standards. So as Labour, we are concerned because TVET, they are having the infrastructure which is standardized to meet the QCTO standard. The issue of unequal working load and working hours, it also needs to be dealt with it in the PCAM document. Because in CET colleges, you find that a lecturer is working 4 hours, but is getting little pay. Meanwhile, in the TVET sector, the same lecturer who's working 4 hours is getting his full amount of payment under RQV 13 or 14. So it's a call for concern that the poor implementation of the PCAM document, it raises issues and demoralizes CET lecturers. I have already said, given lots of load, meanwhile they are getting little money. So for IQMS, because if they implement the PCAM document, it means the lecturers will fall under IQMS instead of PMDS. And then it will give the ratings linked to their performance. So it will be fair for CET lecturers because the TVET lecturers are getting the IQMS. On the staff shortages, it means all the vacancies which need to be filled, more especially the promotional ones, will be filled through the implementation of the PCAM document. So the DDG, by failing to implement it, it also raises issues of promotional post in the CET lecturers. It also affects the long service recognition of our CET lecturers, where they're supposed to get remuneration in terms of their long services. So we are here to say that you need to implement it as soon as possible so that they can also get the long service recognition and compensation. In the issue of appointment of markers, there is no transparent appointments because labor is not involved when they are doing the selection processes and appointing of markers. So as labor, we are here to say that the management must also include labor when they are doing selection of markers. So for professional development, we need lecturers for CET to also get the professional development like the lecturers in the TVET college where they go to West University to do some postgraduate in vocational. So as CET lecturers, we also need to get that opportunity to enroll with West University to upgrade our RQV13 to RQV14. The issue of memorandum of understanding with industries, we think for now we are still poor in making the partnership, more especially at Enhlazen. We've got Mondi or SAPI, but we're not doing the memorandum of understanding with them. And also it affects our learners because they must go to work-based experience there, and they cannot go there if we don't have the memorandum of understanding. The issue of workload, I have talked about it, which is being done by the administrative because of lack of the promotional posts. So the benefit, it was that which it must align with the benefits, the same as TVET lecturers who are getting benefits like the GEPF and other 13th check and the other benefits. So if they implement the PCAM document, it means this issue can be resolved. In the issue of examination, we need an independent examination body which will do the oversight instead of lecturer doing the duty of oversight so that fairness can be there. And we have got an issue of academic committees which is not established, and it causes lecturers not to be part and parcel of decision making when it comes to governance. And we're glad that there will be a council soon, and then it means even the labor will be involved in the formation of the council. Accreditation. QCTO accreditation for facilitators, assessors, and moderators, it needs to be given to lecturers so that they can align themselves with the upcoming occupational skills program. Because if you don't have facilitator, assessor, and moderator, it means there will be a problem when it comes to implementation of the new occupational program. Invigilation and resources. Invigilation, when they promote the issue of PCAM document, it means invigilation will be given to all the lecturers and in the same invigilation rate. And we need laptops like the TVET sector because they are given laptops, but us as CET lecturers, we don't even have a laptop, so we'll be struggling with the issue of interactive board system which is coming now. So we need to be provided with laptops like the TVET lecturers. So as organized labor, we recommend that there must be an improved infrastructure, governance, remuneration, and development. In conclusion, as labor, we call for an urgent action to strengthen CET. I thank you.
Thank you very much, organized labor. I must indicate the colors of your t-shirts. They match the colors of one big team in South Africa. Student leadership, SRC, who's coming to present. I hope your presentation is also on this laptop. Yeah. And let us welcome the student leadership.
You say it's not this one. This is what was sent to the portfolio committee. This one. Do you have it?
It's
Send me from WhatsApp, then I will flag it.
okay. I don't have your app. Let me send it to Mr. Now.
Give it to me. Or to Mr. Now. Yeah, send it quickly to Mr. Now.
Okay. I sent it.
You send it.
Yeah, right now.
No, it looks like this one is not the one that I've sent. He's bringing the, yeah, he's bringing the right one. Did you send it? Let me check it. Is this the one?
It is.
So you will with the arrow.
I use this one down.
The one down just.
Yeah, well, I'm sure with you. Let me just. Okay. Okay, no problem. Thank you. It is fine. Good day, everyone. Standing in front of you is Risuna Ngwenya from CCT Satellite Center. I'm the SRC president, and today I'll be presenting the student challenges experienced at the college and way forward. I would like to thank everyone, the principal, the chairperson, and the portfolio committee. So on the first slide, as you can see, student challenges. There were already, some of them were already mentioned by the principal and also Mr. Tebogo, the labor. We have lack of LTSM, poor infrastructure, and overcrowded classrooms. Skills development projects lack recognition. Lack of lectures and sports events aren't recognized. Inadequate time allocation and no Wi-Fi to assist with schoolwork. So the infrastructure problem was already addressed, even the shortage of lectures, because you'd find a lecturer teaching 6 learning areas while the time allocation is short. Also the infrastructure, as you know, we have rented this space at primary schools and all that. On this second slide, ongoing challenges, no visibility for the CET and ASC, the amended senior certificate, is not offered to most centers. And learning challenges, old or insufficient books, weak internet, lack of computers, and printing facilities. Also, adult students attend all day and need to stay focused and need booster to stay focused and energized. So for the visibility, it was addressed, and we did talk about it also at the capacity building at Bloemfontein to advocate for the CET via radios, pamphlets, and so on and so forth. For the ASC, amended senior certificate, it's not offered to most centers, and you'd find that students have to take transport to get to where they're teaching or where the ASC is available. And it is challenging because already as it is, some students already have to walk long distances to their centers. Learning challenges. Also, there are some centers that have LTSM, but it's short, it's insufficient. So I can say, some students are forced to share textbooks while in class, and some students they don't like sharing, so it can be challenging. Okay, and for the adult students, they require food, more like Mr. The principal. He did say where the people attending are adults and they have to take care of their children. Meanwhile, they have to attend class. So they can't afford to go both ways, looking at the kids and family situation, forgive me. Also pay for themselves to attend, like food and transport and all that.
Also, you want them to get boosters.
I'm sorry, for the booster, I meant food.
Oh, okay.
I meant food. Food is a booster. It's a booster. support and well-being. There's almost no counseling or guidance. I'm sorry, I can't see properly, the words are tiny. I'm sorry. Almost no counseling, guidance, or mental health help available. Focus only on academic results, personal struggles are ignored. And students feel unsupported, and many drop out because they are unmotivated. Financial aid is hard to access, and eligible students often still get no help. So this one was also mentioned by the principal. For the financial aid, yes, even it, because unlike TVETs or varsities, we are not funded for transport or anything like that, and are forced to take care of ourselves. So it is not easy for students, because there are some who suffer with mental health, also the family situation, and including the transport fee, and some even long distances to school. On this one, admin and lecture workload. Too much workload, and meetings affect our learning period. And printer problems delay school, and there's less time for students. So on this one, because lectures are forced to teach 6 learning areas, you find that at a specific center, there are like 2 lectures teaching 6 learning areas. Meanwhile, they also have their own workload. And obviously, they will be overwhelmed with work, and sometimes having to attend meetings. Having to attend meetings can also affect our learning time. And printer problems, you'd find that we do have printers, but they have certain issues. Maybe like printing, can't print, let me say errors, have errors. So these issues that lectures are forced to teach, like 6 learning areas, and are also teaching maybe subject that they're not, like, let me say, not professional at that. Like Mr. Labor said, Mr. Teboko, I think, he stated, you'd find out they have to learn for a specific subject so that they're able to teach the students, though that's not the subject they're qualified for. It's not their profession. So it is very challenging, because there are some students who need more to be more focused on, because people are different, I can say that, and we can't all keep up like others do, and are required to have more time to, like, yo, Shlungu Shem. I don't know the word. English is gone, but I'm trying my best. Okay, I'll continue. For solutions, recommendation: improving materials, structure, and access. Supply enough LTSM, study guides, and calculators. Create safe, well-lit, and suitable spaces for learning. Partner with organizations, businesses to get donations and extra resources. Create pamphlets for the CET recognition. Support sports with equipment and school recognition. Add feeding scheme for centers with students attending all day. Okay, solutions for the lectures and admin. Reduce admin work for lectures, hire more lectures to equalize teaching workload, and move meetings to after hours, and commitment fee to keep students on track, and hire admins so lectures are more focused on their teachings. So for the one for commitment fee is that there are some centers that maybe, I don't know, don't have graduations. And with the commitment fee, it was only a recommendation, or let me say suggestion. Go to like, students are more committed and attend knowing very well, go to like later this year we'll have a graduation and all that. So I learned this from my computer class last year. Most of the students there were committed to not dropping out because they took out a little bit of money, let me say 100 rand, and later when at the end of the year, when we were done with the computer learning, we had a graduation and everyone was celebrating their hard work and the outcome. Oh, we're all receiving certificates. It's our hard work, it's for ours, it's all about us type of vibe. So yeah. The words. Ongoing solutions on support and growth, guidance, skills, and partnerships. Career guidance and personal help. Partner with industry and government for practical training and work exposure. Extra lessons and support for students struggling academically or personally. Involve families and community to support student success, and include graduation recognition to boost students' motivation. So like I said, when people know later this year we're graduating, they'll have more hype to do more and to work hard on their academics. So, and also I think a graduation will also advocate the CET to the community, and people will be more aware of the CET. Ongoing solutions, support and showcase skills projects to all CLCs. Repair the CLC facilities and organize sports events, acquire mobile classrooms to reduce overcrowding, and give out t-shirts to motivate students. Include ASC in all CLCs. And make funding such as NSFAS and bursaries available. And approach local chiefs for donations. On the sports event, there are some students who don't work well in class but are very energized when doing sports. And it would boost students' motivation if sports are more recognized also. And giving out t-shirts would motivate students to come to school, also advocate the CET, so that people are aware when they see like maybe fellow students wearing their uniform, they will know like that group of students is going to the CET to learn. So it would bring up more awareness. And this one for approach local chiefs for donations. So if we can approach local chiefs, it will be more. We'll be able to acquire land, so that we'll have our own space for learning. as we were told that we as SRCs are supposed to come up with solutions, practical solutions, not hard ones. So it is an idea we spoke about as a team. And for funding, it would help students with their needs, and also for when they want to attend it, they wouldn't struggle with transport. In conclusion, change is possible if we work together. Better planning, resources, and care will equal better results. Higher pass rates, happier and motivated students, valued education. I can say education changed lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. So, President, they gave us, no, you can go sit. They gave us a presentation. I think it went through the principal. And then when she was supposed to present now, she says, no, man, we've got an updated one. So I realized that they did not want, they wanted to surprise all of us. They did not want to be managed. But thank you very much, student and labor. Mamfuchan, I think one thing that came from all three presentations, labor, students, and the principal, is the issue of human resource. What is the story? Because not very soon, labor might think it's the principal's fault and start fighting him, that toy-toying. And then HR is situated at national office or regional office, but not at the, what is the problem? You have a mic there, no? Yes, please, let's...
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and I acknowledge and appreciate the presentations made. There are so many things to say on the human resource, but I'll try and cover them all. Firstly, the principal is correct. You can't operate a college on 7 core staff members. It doesn't happen anyway. There is an approved organogram. There was even an exercise that was done to say, let us just focus on the critical posts that are required. And we requested these from colleges, and they indeed provided that. We then submitted that because any post now, the processes have changed. Any post that must be filled, even in the department or anywhere, even in TVET colleges, it has to go through DPSA and it has to go through National Treasury for concurrence. The National Treasury part is for National Treasury to approve that there is funding for those posts. Now, with all the submissions we have made, the biggest challenge is the issue of funding for those posts. That is why the organogram cannot be approved. At the fear and cost of sounding like a scratch record, I keep on saying that the compensation of employees for CET is sitting at 92%. Compare that with the permissible percentage allocation for TVET colleges at 63%. The main reason why that organogram cannot be approved is on the issue of funding. And Treasury will not approve that, so those posts cannot be filled because of that. What I had advised principals to do in the meantime, and some of them have done this where possible, and the advice is important because it speaks to the fact that nationally, the lecturer-student ratio is 1:12, nationally, and the norm is 1:35. And I just want to look quickly, particularly for Mpumalanga, what their lecturer-student ratio is. For Mpumalanga, their lecturer-student ratio is 1:6. So I hope that gives you an indication of there are more than sufficient lecturers. So the advice I'd given to colleges, not only Mpumalanga, was that look at your existing lecturers and don't take your best lecturer out of the classroom, by the way. Look at your existing lecturers and see where you can utilize them within your college whilst you are trying to resolve the issue of the organogram. I have been assisted previously by the DDGs for corporate services, even the latest one, Mr. Mzuneli, in trying to resolve this issue, but it will not be resolved until the matter of funding is sorted out. Then on the issue of, and this issue was raised by Labour, the working hours. The working hours are a major concern, and SRC also raised that. You can't complete the curriculum on 4 hours and 3 hours. It's not possible. It also impacts on not only the quality of teaching and learning, but also on the academic performance of the students. The lecturers that work beyond those 3-4 hours are working in those hours out of their own will, and they do not get paid. But it goes back again to the issue of available funding to increase those hours. Because increasing those hours means that you must then also pay for those 8 hours, for those 8 working hours. So it becomes like a vicious cycle. RQVs ought to be paid, though. RQVs should be paid as part of the standardization process within the department. I know when we were with Ehlanzeni here day before yesterday, they also raised the issue of the delay in the payment of RQVs. So it's not only in CET, and I don't want to speak on behalf of corporate services, but I'm assuming that it's the challenges that they have with capacity in that section. In terms of the finalization, as it was highlighted here, particularly by Labour, the concerns around the PCAM document. Through you, Honourable Chair, I would really like Mr. Hugo, who's the Acting Chief Director, to assist me in this regard of some of the HR related issues, particularly on the PCAM and the IQMS that has been raised by Labour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think we're speaking one language with Labour. PCAM is on PCAM. I think we're speaking one language with Labour. I think we're speaking one language with Labour. PCAM is intended to take over from the PEM document in terms of conditions of service of lecturers, both in TVET and CET in the department. The document itself has been finalized and tabled, of course given to the DPSA to table in the PSCBC, because it is a determination of conditions of service of the lecturers, and the Minister of Public Service and Administration, is the only one at the moment with those necessary powers to make that determination as a collective agreement in the PSCBC. Way in terms of the recognition of qualifications. The information that we're supposed to be having as head office is supposed to be similar to that of what colleges will have, so that we don't miss anybody in terms of those that submitted applications in terms of recognition of qualifications. On IQMS, yes, for TVET colleges, we're still using IQMS, and for CET, it's PMDS. We need to understand that CET only started in 2021. IQMS was there for TVET lecturers even before. But we're in the process of developing one performance management system for both of our lecturers, and very soon indeed that process of consultation will start. That will take into consideration the sector itself and the rating that aligns to the sector. But for now, PMDS indeed is what is applicable, and people do, or lecturers in CET also get their pay progression just like your TVET lecturers through this particular system. I think I covered all the areas that might have been mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The responses are not time bound. The problems that the city has, they require agents. The PA to the principal will have problems. And secondly, DDG, acting DG, also share with us, because since January we've not had councils in these colleges. It's August now. Share with us. I know you said I don't know, submission will be sent to the ministers or has been sent, but give us the commitment in writing so that we follow up. Governance structures are very important. So please share that with us. Congratulations, Principal, with your good audits. We don't take, an audit does not necessarily mean service delivery is done. It means on compliance, you know what you are doing. There's some people who think when they get a clean audit, they are the best. They claim. And then, but we know they are not. So, thanks for complying with GRAP standards, with submission of audit annual financial statements that are in line with what is expected. And thanks for being able to account for every cent that, well, I'm saying every cent, it might be literal, RM, that they're getting cents. Because, oh, it's not cents, okay. Because CETs, like I said earlier on, they are not funded adequately. You see, Labour says, let's create bursary schemes to improve the skills of the workforce that is there. Give us tools of trade, computers, and all of that. That should not be a difficult thing, honestly speaking, DDG. If we're able to, maybe we might need to, on legislation, might need to, on the CET Act, to steal the Prof. Balam's idea on the Balam's commission about how we must fund TVET colleges and maybe include CETs and say this amount that will put here, everybody who goes to a CET, maybe we get them a stipend, because the dropout rate that you saw there, and SRC touched it a bit, especially on the ASC, will be a bit higher than others because the SRC says, hey, they've got children, they must come full time. You know, there's a problem. And if we're giving them the stipends to travel to, they can take some of it to ask somebody, or I'm crash the whole day until so maybe we might need to have I'm just trying to think in my feet. The idea is not yet polished, but we might need to have something with CETs. And then department, you know, reprioritization, NSF, they're underspending a lot. I mean, might need a directive to say, take this amount, let's procure at a very reasonable price from the manufacturers. Literally tender from manufacturers, these laptops for staff, lecturers and office of CETs. Should not be difficult. It will be cheaper if you don't go on tender. If you go on tender, a laptop here 5,800. Go tender about 58,000. So instead of getting 10, you'll get 1. So leave these things of tenders. Go direct. I mean, you'll write, if you need National Treasury's approval, write to them and say, National Treasury, this is what we want to deviate from this competitive process that has tenders. We have written to ASA, Dell, and this is what they are giving us on the price. We want to buy in bulk for them for all 9 provinces. And this is how much we'll save on tender. We get our people these things. There's a lot of things that I think we'll need to deal with. DDG, maybe you might also need, in the meantime, whilst legislation has not changed, you might need to have a conversation with your peers in the skills branch. The CETAs, all 21 of you, and NSF, help me in the meantime with stipends. These are the number of students that I have that are not on funded programs by CETAs and NSF. But we need, so you might need, obviously, you'll need to go and fix legislation or to follow the law in doing so. Because if you don't, it will be us here who will ask you, why, AG says you have done something wrong, why did you do it like that? And we'll ask you. So what we are saying is a blanket. We're not saying cut corners. Because if you cut corners, we'll have to ask you again, why did you cut corners? So you have a responsibility to go follow the right law, and let's provide solution to this learner, student. I almost said these kids, but I remember the president said, we need boosters because these people are old. You know, some of them are old, so imagine now I'm calling them kids. So I needed to fix my. so we might. There's a lot of things. You know what we'll do? We'll write to you what we think should happen. And then maybe before the year ends, we must take stock. We must have a committee, Mampi. DDG Future, where we interact with different branches, sit down with universities, university branch, take stock of what happened this year, how do we improve it in 2027, take stock with CETs, with TVETs, with the branches. And then in that meeting, when we deal with, when we have a conversation, DDG Fuchan about this. There's issues that have been raised because it takes time for us to go to all CETs. If we have one oversight a year, it will take us 9 years. And Honorable Msazana won't be in Parliament at that time because his political party would have died. So it means he won't be part of the solution. No, we're not. And then mine, I may not be in Parliament, but my party will still be. You saw it there. When you entered at the gate, you saw how big, you know, big parties, they do that. David. You saw them at the gate outside. Because today is the last day of voter registration. It's a massive program. Big political. Others, they will say they've been robbed when they've not registered people. So this is how we'll close. We're going to the NSF and COSITI. You had given us your presentation. This one. You'll explain to us when we are at the venue. The worry is that we overcommitted ourselves today. But we must provide solutions to the CET. So we might need to have a session, DDG, earlier than the one of the whole sector, about the CET in Limpopo, the CET in Eastern Cape, and CET in Mpumalanga. Because those are the ones that would have met this year. Have a conversation and look at the issues that they raised and how far have we gone in responding to them. HR we'll have a conversation. The department is not helping us proper with our system. You heard it from Tibet colleges, now CET. We have a bit of a problem with the human resource of the department. And it might not necessarily be people, it might be the system that you might need to have a look at. I think the regional manager indicated that there were conversations that are being had to try and take the workload off national, because national, you have more than 30,000 posts that you must probably go through. It will be difficult for a group of 10 people to do that on time. Maybe taking the workload to regions, and maybe with the appointment should be done with concurrence, something to that effect, just to manage this thing of regional managers now hiring their friends. So, no, I'm not saying you, Doc. I'm just saying, you know, because you said the conversation is now that you must hire until campus managers. Hey, that's a very powerful proposition you are making. You might have Tebo Holitzi's friends being campus managers, if Tebo Holitzi is an unethical regional manager. So maybe with the concurrence and labor relations to help us to check if the checks and balances are okay. You know, we might need to have that as a matter of agency. But we would like to thank you, Principal, your team, students, workers. We will provide solutions. Your dedication, I mean, your enthusiasm is very, you know, encouraging. Solution will come, including labor. Don't give up. Solutions are nearby. We will provide them with the capable leadership of the department. We will get it right. The department is capable, it's just that sometimes they forget, and then we must come and push them. So we will push them to do the right thing. So having said that, we are going to the two projects quickly. One project, NSF funded COSITI. We're going to see it now, and then from there we will go to the inauguration of the Vice Chancellor. You prepared lunch for us here? Is it ready? Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's not yet ready, it will be ready by 1. We'll go to the project, come back on our way to University of Mpumalanga's inauguration of a Vice Chancellor. We've made some progress, TDG Fucha. We now have in the system 10 Vice Chancellors who are females out of 26, which is a big progress. Some are suspended. I read somewhere that one wants to resign or take an early retirement, which is regression. But we'll encourage female leaders to, at least if we've failed, as I've at least 13 of them out of the 26 being females. In the medium term, that will help us a great deal. So we will adjourn, and then Principal, is it ready? Is it ready? Yeah, we'll quickly take a detour on our way out to City. You did not organize lunch also then? Oh, thanks. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.